headphones. Okay, it is working. Is my refresh rate off or something? I feel like I'm moving really quickly in the video. No, that's probably normal. I guess we should do some background tunes. So, I think that means... we just play this on permaloop because it's chill. And it'll contrast nicely as I inevitably get mad as I try and tear canvas and rip up my knuckles. I did already make the frame. So, frame. Because I absolutely could not handle hammering this together on stream. That would be obnoxious. But it smells good. It smells like, I don't know, pine. It probably says what kind of wood it is. It smells so darn good. Wood. Let's just put this right here. Ripping is better than scissors. If you try and use scissors on canvas, you're gonna have a bad time. It's very hard to cut canvas with scissors, but really easy to rip it for some reason. I will put a nick in it with a little knife though. I'm smart. Stringy things are no low. I guess I can move this camera so that you can see what I'm doing. Let's see. I can probably fit it like on the edge of my desk here. Maybe. Ah. Clamp, damn you. You have a clamp. Clamp! Okay. And, okay, that angling looks okay. Neat. Neat. If anyone else has a different way to fold the canvases that's all pretty and whatnot and gives you like nice little corners, good for you. I don't. I just kind of like fold it. I don't have a stretcher clamp, so I am going to tear my hands up doing this. Those are my grip staples so that I can pull on it hard on this side. And canvas is super rough, so when I say I'm gonna inevitably tear up my knuckles, I mean just by pulling on it, it's gonna skin my knuckles. You can wear gloves, I guess, but I don't know, that's not very manly, is it? Not, like, preventing self-harm? I think that's kind of, like, anti-manly. I think you have to hurt yourself a little to be a man. Or, I don't know, maybe it's just a prerequisite to be stupid. Okay. Well, okay, maybe my stapler gun worked because I just pulled that out, like, instantly. Alright, mounting frustration. Put two of those in there, see if that stops it. always kind of forget how actually kind of laborious pulling the canvas is. It doesn't look like I'm doing a whole lot, but goodness, is it making me sweat already, which is gross, but whatever. It's frigid in my apartment. I can get away with sweating. I mean, you might be able to tell since my hands have just turned red already handling the canvas. That doesn't look too stupid, right? Okay, I don't really care. You don't look at the back of it. Actually, we'll alternate to this side real quick. In good frame. Hello, second viewer. You might see the wrinkles dissipating in... Okay, that barely went in. Okay, I almost hurt myself. Don't do what I just did. I almost hurt myself badly. Yeah, don't do that. Ever. Fuck. Well. Yeah, do not use your stapler as a hammer. It might explode and shoot staples at you. I am reassembling. One moment. How do I even get this back? Okay. Neat. My stapler is a stapler again. You know what? I might have a hammer. One second. Okay, I have a little baby hammer. We'll just give that a tight little, a light little tippity tap. Just a light little tippity tap, so that I don't know, it doesn't pop out as I pull on this. It is a gradual and knuckle-destroying process of stretching those wrinkles out of it. Folding it over, keeping the pressure, and then stapling where you have that, what's the word, like fulcrum? I don't know, is that the right word? The word fulcrum's kind of cool, so I'm gonna use the word fulcrum and assume I'm using it correctly. We'll pop it over to this side. Need to create some tension here. You also don't want to over-pull it, though. I have over-pulled the tension on a canvas, and as I put the gesso on it, and the gesso dried, gesso's like a rock paste, acrylic paint that just kind of like helps out. Apparently my stapler just sucks ass because I've had to hammer in like more nails. Okay, it's starting to get firm, but if you over tighten your canvas as the gesso dries and the moisture leaves it, it'll taut up the canvas just a little more. And if you have it over taut already, the well, here, I'll talk to you. The canvas will just like tear by itself. That can happen. That's a no-no. But also, if you don't tighten it enough, then your canvas can sag, and that's like just as bad because then your paint's gonna crack on the surface. Okay, maybe not just as bad. I think the over tightening is probably worse, just because it ruins the canvas. Okay, yeah, that's starting to look pretty aight as far as tightness goes. Try a little more tightness here. Ah, fuckity fuck. I'll just put that staple there. We'll just alternatively to pulling your own canvas, you could always just buy a pre-pulled and like pre-gessoed canvas, but god damn it, mounting frustration. Okay, I literally just put that one in. But, believe me, your canvases are more unique when you make them yourself. Unique could just be an alternative word for shittier, if you're me. But they're also, the more important thing, cheaper. If you buy stretcher bars and canvas in bulk. Like I did for some reason. Okay, it needs a little more tightness up top here, where I'm at, which I kind of knew. It's lacking staples. Probably gonna pop this metal one because I can't really get grip on it. We'll walk our way left to right, which is probably actually how you're supposed to do it and not go center like I did. Wow, these barely go into this wood. I just have to hammer all of them. This is what you get when you buy like a $5 stapler. It is kind of genuinely a pain in the ass though, just because to keep that tension as you pull it up and around, I should really buy a stretcher like clamp or whatever they're called, just because this is aggravating. It is very, very bad on your skin to rip canvas. Alternatively, you could just paint on wood. I've wanted to try that. I've never done it. I will someday. Get some wood. I'm just going to put some extra staples in here for the fuck of it. Let's just get anything loose down. There's a little space I can create just a tad more tension right there. Just pop those down. Maybe I can get a Okay, just move that just a tad. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm sweaty now. It's got this backlight. Jiggle, jiggle. We got our bucket of gesso. Lay that right there. Oh, and this is something I've never done. This is something I've never done, and I mean, you don't have to, but it's supposed to be good practice to take some painter's tape and cover up the edges so they don't get paint on them when you gesso them. I don't know why. It's just something that, like, if you go to art school for some reason, they're going to tell you to do it. Supposed to be, like, I don't know, more professional looking, but I don't think it matters. If your work's really gonna be like all that professional, it's gonna be in a frame at the end of the day anyways. Or like just up on a wall to the point, like, I don't know, unless, you know, you're presenting it on purpose in a different way. It's gonna be up on a wall. You're not gonna be able to see the sides unless someone's being pedantic and looking at the edges of your shit on purpose just to chastise you about not covering the sides of your canvas and tape. So it is absolutely a pedantic, kind of meaningless thing to do. My personal opinion, people should paint for themselves, and if you don't want to cover the edges with tape, then don't. I mean, heck, you can't even tell what I'm doing because, yeah, you can't see the sides. sorry I didn't see your comment earlier, Paul John Yibis. The stretcher bars only matter on the like thickness. Here, I'll grab one of mine. So here's one of the sidebars to what I have for my canvas. These are extra heavy, so they're just really thick and durable, so they can handle more strain. It's better for if you use heavier duty bars, the bigger your canvas is. For a smaller canvas, buy cheaper, thinner bars. Because the tension won't matter. So yeah, just only use the big thick ones if you're gonna go big. You don't, for something this size, you do not need big ones. A big canvas would be something more along the lines of something like this, you know, much bigger. This has nice heavy duty bars, and it's necessary to like stop the nice tension you get from breaking the canvas when you have big thick bars. So it just depends on how big you're gonna go. Of course, the bigger bars are gonna be more expensive because there's more wood. It also matters on, or like also certain brands. I like to get all of my stuff from a place called Jerry's Artorama. You can buy in bulk there, save a lot of money. They have deals, and you're not buying from somewhere like Hobby Lobby, which is, you know, just sketch. Oh yeah, you can get stuff from hardware stores too. Like, you can make your own. I am not a wooden worker, so I would not make my own. I'd mess that up bad. But if you've got that skill set, or if you have a hardware store that sells stretcher bars, like these have just like nice little joints that fit into each other. They're very heavy duty. I mistreat my canvases, so I like the heavier duty ones. Just so I'm not messing them up. Oh, and you'll get this bevel on some that I like. That bevel creates a little bit of space between the bar and the canvas. I just like it. Yeah, honestly, anything that works just works, so. Laying down painter's tape. I wanted to try what's called like frog tape, but I've never seen it anywhere. Yeah, I'm not, I think it just, I think you're right, it's like resting on the bar. I think the biggest thing is when you paint on there, because the tension, you can sometimes get like an impression of the bar. So I think that's the biggest reason that like a lot of the higher quality bars will have that bevel, just because it's less of that surface area actually touching the canvas itself. So when you're painting it, you might not get like the outline of the bar touching the canvas. That's what I assume is the purpose of those, but I've never really thought about it. Honestly, I've just realized that I like using the beveled ones. Man, I should have gotten bigger staples. These staples just keep getting popped out of the back by the tension of the canvas. It's not great. So, for future reference, 1.2 millimeter by 8 millimeter staples are probably too small. I don't like doing this, and I'm not gonna do it because I just don't really like doing it. But if you want to like save on your gesso, which gesso's just not very expensive. I think I paid like $15 for this giant thing. I've been using it for like 2 years, and it's like still, I want to say 80-90% full. But if you want to save on gesso, you can wet your canvas before you apply the gesso, and it like supposed to help spread it out so that you don't use as much. But I also like a thick, kind of crusty gesso base. For example, once it's dried, if you want a smooth surface, you can sand it down a little, reapply, sand it down a little, and you can just keep doing these layers, and you can get almost like a rock smooth surface. But I kind of like the texture of the canvas to show through, so I don't personally do that. But to each their own. And here's my cheapo depot brush that I'm going to apply it with. And to make sure I don't get gesso on my floor, I'm just going to put some newspaper on the ground, like right under this. And if I slip, fall, and die, you know it's because I put newspaper on the ground. Yep. Yeah, sometimes I've sanded it. It's just something that I've found I like to see the grit, or like I like to see the, what's it called? Thread, grain, something, the thread, I guess, of the canvas. And personally, I think if you wanted that perfect smooth surface, you're better off like gessoing a straight up like board of wood or something, or maybe even getting like canvas board, just because I think if you want that perfect glossy smooth surface that that some oil paintings have, well, I'm also talking with a plan to make this an oil painting. But yeah, if you want that perfectly smooth surface, I have yet to use it, but other people I've seen work on wood panel and stuff like that they've gessoed, it's just a perfectly smooth, lush, gorgeous surface. And once you varnish it, oh, it's just so shiny. Van Goghish Faubism. That sounds fun. I like, right now I've been doing things in a style that is a little reminiscent of symbolist painters like Mikhail Vrubel or Odilon Redon, but more of a twist with using modern symbols instead of classical mythical symbols. I think it's very good to take inspiration from like master painters. This is probably not going to look like a whole lot since I'm painting white on off-white. Somehow I got hair in the paint already. That happens. I'll just pull it out once it dries. The secondary purpose of gesso when you're gessoing your canvas, other than applying or other than creating like a smoother, more rock-like surface, is also just to stop the canvas from soaking up paint. Because, like I said, gesso is relatively inexpensive, but depending on the oil paints, if you're working with oil paints, it could be extremely expensive to paint a large canvas. I have paid upwards of like $100 for like a tube of paint. of like really nice paint. So you want the canvas to absorb less. I've never tried gesso spray. I actually didn't know they made gesso spray. That's interesting. I'll have to try that out, just to see how it works. I have used like sand grit spray paint when I used to paint like Warhammer 40k models. I would spray paint the models with a sand grit spray paint so that it would have like more traction surface for acrylic paints. And that worked okay, but I've never thought about using a spray anything on a canvas, honestly. Even if you don't want like a super smooth surface, I would recommend that when you gesso a canvas that you do at least 2 coats, just because the first coat is inevitably going to be a whole lot thinner than you probably initially expected it to be. And if you do sandpaper it, don't worry about getting all those brush strokes out of it, because when you sandpaper it, that's all going to come out pretty easily, honestly. Golden brand acrylics are a pretty decent acrylic. As far as acrylics go, I think they're one of the best in bulk acrylics you can go. I have used Gold brand back in high school. It's what I used. But yeah, I use oil paints just because there's something really nice about the workability and speed of acrylics. Since it dries so quickly, you can always just start over. But on the same end, there's something lively and lush about oils. Just because the oil adds a glossiness that's forever kind of there. I'd best describe it as like a luminosity. For super expensive acrylics, you can get that like same level of luminosity, but there's just something about oils that is really pleasing to look at with its depth of color. It's weird to say, but acrylics are kind of like inherently flat, which is not bad, because if you're skilled with them, then you can make it not look flat illusionistically. But oils kind of like does some of that legwork for you. Especially nice oils. I think pretty much the only thing that can be seen on camera in the difference of me applying gesso is the backlight is now invisible where I've gessoed. Oh yeah, mixing mediums are used in both acrylics and oils, and they're wonderful. There's so many different kinds. They can wildly affect how your paint applies. The one that I use most often for my oils is simple light Galkid, which just adds a glossy, shiny finish. It also makes the oils more transparent, which ups that luminosity factor. I've also used like a wax filler, which makes it more matte and waxy, and that's also very interesting. And you can get pretty much the equivalents of all of those in acrylics. Acrylics are less respected like in the academic world of painting, but honestly I think they're just as good. They're probably better for things like straight up illustration. Acrylics are probably just better because you can get that control. You can get that control with oils, but it's harder just because it's like an inherently more flexible medium, so it's harder to get that illustration style. Oh yeah, absolutely. And masters in acrylics can absolutely do that. And I think everyone should start in acrylics too, because it's also safer. Like, oils are technically a toxic material. Like, all oil paint is technically a biohazard. So there's more of an inherent risk and more of a inherent investment you have to make. But I absolutely think that they're different and equal. Like, one is not better than the other, especially in this day and age. Maybe 50 years ago, all acrylics were, like, inferior to oils, but not anymore. I mean, heck, even the brand of oil I get, which are Charbon oil paints, they're like a hand-mixed French oil paint, they make acrylics now, too. So, everything dabbles in both nowadays. If you like both, though, you gotta remember this rule. If you're ever gonna mix acrylics and oils, you cannot put acrylic on top of oil. You have to put the acrylic first, then put oil on top. Because otherwise, because oil is flexible and never truly dries, it has a little bit of give, so it'll crack the acrylic on top, and it'll flake off eventually. I've heard of some people doing that. I don't know. It's just I think a good portion of people that start painting in high school, and because oils are toxic, there's a lot of high schools in America that will not let students have oils. There's like non-toxic oils, but then they're not like real oils. They're kind of a in-between. And they're not bad either. They're like an in-between acrylic oil. Anyone doing it independently, though, like independently learning anything like this, who knows how they came across it. It's probably just whatever you found first. Yeah, oils and water don't work all that well. It is cool that you can almost get a watercolor effect with acrylics. That's something I always really liked doing when I worked with acrylics, was kind of really watering them down and treating them almost like a high quality watercolor. Water not mixing with oils is actually one of the biggest problems with oils when it comes to cleaning your brushes, and what makes a lot of it toxic, because you inevitably have to clean your brushes in not just something like an anti-oil soap, but normally like a turpentine or some other kind of terpenoid, because that's one of the only ways to really get all that gunk out of your brushes, because oil is so permanent. You need like equally as toxic materials to remove it. And depending on where you live, you have to actually like dump the waste from oils in specific like toxic dump locations, or have like a storage barrel that you take to these locations when it fills up, because some areas your drainage will go into local water supplies, and you can't have the very toxic chemicals that are involved with oils go into the drainage. So you can't. So in some places you can't even just clean your brushes off in the sink. You have to have like a special dump area. Oh yeah, yeah. That's why I use Galkid too, because if you don't use a medium with oils, it can take like 3 to 5 days for oil to dry. I've always heard there's a meme that I think it was Raphael. There's an art meme that Raphael paintings, if you were to cut into them, you could still use the paint that's underneath the surface layer because he painted so thick. I doubt that's true though, just because like those paintings are all like 500 years old at this point. Getting close to gessoed up. Once we get this gessoed up, I will hop on to the Photoshop to practice some digital painting because I'm trying to teach myself that. I had never really done it, but I recently got myself a tablet. I'm pretty familiar with Photoshop as far as it goes to just photo editing, but I'm very, very newbie-ish when it comes to digitally painting. Oh yeah, I mean you're right. That's why I was saying it's really only the surface. Dry isn't technically the right term because oils don't dry. Um, since there's next to no water in something like an oil, if any at all. Okay, I'm gonna toss this brush in a like glass of water real quick and set this off to the side to dry before we do a second coat, probably in like an hour or two, because the first coat is kind of on there. Painted myself. We'll just, I don't know, throw that extra canvas over there. And that extra canvas over there. Oh, some of my favorite old masters. Probably Bruegel the Elder. I just love Bruegel the Elder. His pieces are just wild. I actually might have some pictures on my desktop of some Bruegel the Elder. see display capture. We'll just shrink me down a little. And okay. These are some pieces that I've been looking at. This is a piece by Mikhail Rubel. My portrait's still too big. Okay, we'll make you small like that. This is a piece by Mikhail Rubel. He's a symbolist painter. I just love his work. Hi from Venice Beach. His work is just, I don't know, it's very narrative with being very far from naturalism. It's just a beautiful way. Like, you can, this is another Mikhail Rubel piece called Lilacs, and I just love, he draws flowers in this crystalline way, and it's just gorgeous. And there's elements to his pieces that you almost have to, like, look at them for a minute to realize everything you're looking at, and I like that about paintings. Impressionism is generally, Impressionism is generally like you're drawing directly from life, but not trying to obtain a naturalistic, expression. You're trying to portray how the scene feels more than it's necessarily, like, seen. I don't know that I've actually looked at any expressionist artists, to be honest. But I would have to assume that expressionists, like, dwell even farther from the naturalistic expression than even Impressionism does, because I would assume the expression is more about the expression of the individual artist's feelings and thoughts about something rather than their visual impressions of how something looks. For a lot of these things, if you go down to just, like, the etymology of the word, you can kind of get some understanding of what the implicit style is supposed to be. I mean, I'm in the South, so no one's really doing anything about lockdowns, unfortunately. I kind of wish people were doing more. I thought Wonder Woman 1984 was premiering online, though, as well. Because I want to see that movie, too. Oh, Picasso's Cubism, well, depending on what type of work Picasso was doing, Picasso's one of my favorites. I've got a mock-up of a Picasso's Girl in the Mirror behind me that I painted that's a little changed. Picasso's amazing. Picasso's, like, pink period and blue period were kind of, I guess they could be called expressionist, because they were more naturalistic than most expressionism, but Picasso, like, was more just working out his emotions, because his blue period was literally, I'm sad. I think it was that a friend of his had recently died, and he went through his blue period because he was sad about his friend dying. I think the person might have even committed suicide. And that's literally the explanation for his blue period. He was just sad. Then his pink period was when he kind of, like, was working through it and got through it, because the pink was representational of happiness, and that's his pink period. And then there's his Cubist period, which I just love his Cubism. The Cubism was actually all inspired by African, like, tribal masks that he had seen in museums, and that's what he was trying to, like, capture in his portrayal of pieces. And it's a very interesting, like, change in the dynamic of Western art to adopt other art forms, which had already been being explored in previous periods, like with Japanism. Like, I'm sure everyone knows about how much people love like Japanese anime stuff now, and like weebs and whatnot. The Western world has always done that. In the 18th century, people were hand over foot trying to get their hands, or like just running around trying to get their hands on Japanese art. It was called the Japanism like era. Oh yeah, modernism was quite literally sparked by the invention of the camera in the 1830s. Modernism is argued to have started somewhere between 1800 and 1830. I think it very markedly started in the 1830s with the invention of the first cameras, and then as those cameras got better and better, art had to find a way to be interesting that wasn't just naturalistic expression. Um, and you saw this happening all over the place. As a matter of fact, here's a Picasso piece. Here's a Picasso piece that it's one of his first Cubist pieces too. That was directly inspired by him seeing some masks and some like African tribal masks in museums. Yeah, the whole period of modernism, it encapsulates a lot of world events. You had industrialization. You had the split between like the developing world of industrialization and capitalism, and the new burgeoning ideas of like workers' rights and like Marxist and anarchists ideologies becoming, like, making their way into the philosophical realm. You saw massive cultural changes all over the world in this period, and all of that is reflected in the art. And then the like visual aesthetic of the art that was developed in the modernist period absolutely was heavily influenced by a departure from realism and naturalism. Oh yeah, Picasso's work is insane. I wonder if I have a picture. Yeah, the Guernica. This piece is one of his more known pieces. He actually painted it in response. This thing is huge, by the way, too. It's like an entire museum wall. I think it's like 20 feet wide or something, and like 12 feet tall. It's humongous. And he painted it in like 2 weeks. And he painted it in response to like massacres in Italy during the rise of fascism around World War II. And he was just so horrified by the capabilities of man during this time that he immediately painted this, and it's the Guernica. And it is very remarkable. It is insane to think that it was painted in such a short time, is so huge, and was inspired by such like traumatic events. Yeah, for a lot of painting, you need to know the like milieu in which it was created to understand it. And I see like criticisms around modern era art around that, saying, oh, why doesn't it look realistic? And generally that's said by people that just don't understand art. Yo, yeah, exactly. Like, and it's wonderful to see that development and move away from naturalism, because while naturalism has its place in direct depiction, it lost a lot of its necessity with the invention of the camera, because why would you toil away for like weeks or even months or even years like some old Renaissance masters did on a single painting so that it can be like absolutely naturalistic or even hyper realistic when you could just click a button? It just didn't make sense for art to keep going down that path. And it's honestly amazing that the artistic world was able to adapt so quickly. I really, really have fallen in love with things from the modernist era. There's a very relevant portrait here. This is like Edvard Munch, I think is how you say his name. He was he painted, this is called like self-portrait in quarantine, when he quarantined during the Spanish flu in I think this was 1915 or something like that, maybe 1910. And it's an expressionist piece, and it is kind of like it shows this dissociative state that can happen in isolation for long times. Like he doesn't even have a face, really. Oh yeah, I like realism too. Like, every type of aesthetic art has its place. I wouldn't want like the illustrations in my video games to be abstract. I like seeing a realistic depiction of fantasy things like that. Like, I like the game League of Legends, and I've always loved their splash arts. But at the same time, I think abstract, non-representational art absolutely has an aesthetic, emotional, and almost historical record of the feelings of when it was painted by at least the public of that time. A lot of modern art does more than ancient art, or like more ancient arts or Renaissance arts did, because they were quite literally either just reverence pieces to some kind of religion, like in the Byzantine era of art, where most art was just made for churches and whatnot. Um, well, that's just kind of an artificial happenstance of capitalism, really. Painting doesn't need to be expensive. A lot of paintings do have a lot of hours in them, so if you were going to quantify, like, the worth of that work, if a piece is, like, $500, that could, like, if they worked on it 50 hours, that means they're barely making any money. Like, they're making just over minimum wage on the labor they put into that piece. But a lot of pieces that are in those millions and whatnot, that's basically just a bougie excuse for tax dodges, money laundering, drug smuggling. It's a way to clean money, it's a way to avoid paying taxes, and it's a way to essentially create, like, these false investments. Because, yeah, there's no piece of art that is genuinely worth multiple millions of dollars in its labor value, or even, like, the only way it could possibly be worth that is in its historical contextual value. Like, a lot of Picasso pieces are as valuable as they are because they captured such a succinct moment in time and such a succinct feeling in time. Um, oh yeah, well that's exactly why it is a kind of like bougie capitalist scheme. Um, because yeah, an artist can't put the price of $1 million on their work. You can't insure your painting for an amount of money. That's impossible. But the moment your piece has interest of the, like, capital elite of society, it inherently has value just because they say it does. And that's how just too much stuff in our modern world works. It's why in our system the hardest jobs in our societies are very under respected, underpaid, and looked down on in like their social status of work, whereas, you know, jobs that might not necessarily even require the individual to have any expertise or anything like that. Oh yeah, it's absolutely unfair, but like, not to be politically preachy, but I'm not a big fan of, like, how exploitative capitalism is inherently. And in the modernist period, like I said, there was a big divergent thought between the industrialization and rise of capitalism and the creation of the like working class versus the like elite, and the rise of like Marxist theory, anarchist theory, and other things like Buchanan's anarchist theory and stuff like that, that create very interesting questions, and that's even addressed in art. There were artists that said that you can't even, your art is invalid if you ever sell it, which I don't agree with that. I think you're stuck in this, you're kind of stuck in the system you're born in. You can make attempts to change it, and I think people should make attempts to change it, but you can't just say, I'm gonna starve to death and never make any money just so that my art is like infallible for art's sake and not as a capital commodity. There was a strong discussion during the modernist era between art for expression, art for people, or art for the bourgeoisie. And there were wildly successful artists that didn't even create like art that was that great, but they marketed it specifically to the bourgeoisie, and the bourgeoisie likes to circulate money amongst themselves. Well, that's why I was saying, like, part of the big thing is art gets these wild prices because you can launder unclean money through that. Like, you might only pay some amount for a piece of art, but then if you have, like, if a cartel or something has, like, drug money they need to clean, they can basically have that money cleaned in the purchase of art. Because then that money didn't come from the sale. Generally, the artist is in on these things, too, and that's why it's, like, a super scam, is because you can absolutely have art used purely as tax dodges and money laundering systems. There is absolutely a dark, corrupt side to the fine art world, and even we can see it now. It's generally a pushback against galleries, because galleries, you almost have to capitulate to them as an artist if you want your art to ever dream of having these, like, high, ridiculous prices where you could sell one painting and then be, you know, a multi-millionaire or something. Or even just sell it for a couple $100,000. Like, even that is insane and is just not really possible outside of capitulating to the gallery industry, which acts as a middleman to these other agencies. Yeah, no, you can't, and most of these people wouldn't want to because, like, it's too much of a tax dodge. If you're super wealthy, you can buy a piece, like a piece of art, you can own that piece of art, you can donate it to a museum, you can then write off the value of that piece on your taxes. But you still own that piece and can take it back from the museum whenever you want. You just have to have had it in the museum for that tax period to write it off on those taxes. So, like, a lot of pieces of, especially current art that is in museums is owned by independent benefactors that are writing off the full value of that work on their taxes because they technically donated it to a public viewing field like a museum. And it's very interesting to get into the higher echelon of capital art, because it is all really weird. Well, you'd think, but that's the thing. Like, galleries are perpetuated by bourgeois interest in arts. So until art stops being a viable option for money laundering or tax dodges, the gallery industry is gonna be strong because they get little bits of siphons off of the costs of those pieces. I think most galleries keep, 20% of the sale value of a piece. So when some, like, multi-millionaire or billionaire buys a piece for a few $1 million, the like, gallery's going to get a few million off of that, or a couple $100,000. The rich person is going to get to write that value off on their taxes, or do something else with it. And then on top of that, like, everything increases with value over time. Some 50? What is some 50? Oh, no, I'm not saying you need to capitulate to galleries to survive. You can absolutely make a living on, like, Instagram, Twitter, Patreon. There's so many avenues. And a matter of fact, in specific, the American economy is primarily a gig economy at this point, which is good and bad for big reasons. Like, the gig economy, as a gig economy worker, you are exploited even more than traditional workers are exploited under capitalism. But you do not have to capitulate to galleries. Now, unless you become some kind of internet celebrity and your fame alone can counter a price on your art, which I don't know of any artists online that have, like, garnered that level of value in their art, but it could happen. It's just more than likely you're never going to sell pieces for more than a few $1,000s unless you capitulate to galleries. Because there's no way to justify the labor cost in a piece beyond a few $1,000s. Like, even if I want to say my time as a, like, art degree holder garners this level of hourly respect, even if, like, how much could you Oh, yeah, no. Art is definitely better off not having to rely on galleries, 100%, because the only other option before that was, like, grab a tent and sell art on the roadside and on, like, street festivals and stuff. And I knew people growing up that did that because my family, like, grew up as kind of, like, traveling hippies, and we would, like, make clothing and jewelry and food and stuff, and travel from, like, festival to festival, selling it out of a tent. And you don't make a lot of money on it, but it's kind of a fun way to live, as long as you don't ever have to, like, settle down anywhere. But it is also really inconvenient having to constantly travel and stuff to make any money. So it's good that there are more options, but you're still never going to realistically sell a piece for more than a few $1,000s, which I think is a fair price for many completed pieces. I would say if a piece took you 100 hours to make, you should probably pay yourself $50 to $70 an hour that you worked on it, depending on the level of quality. Like, you definitely have to gauge that level of interest in your work. But you definitely should demand something livable as an hourly wage on your pieces, and you should inflate it just a little bit because you're not constantly selling work. There, could be gap periods where you sell no work, or you don't have any work to sell. So you do need to inflate it a little, but pieces that sell in galleries will could sell for $50,000, $60,000 on a low end, or even sell for hundreds of thousands of dollars to millions of dollars. Yeah, I can't even imagine having to do that, especially, like, nowadays. That sounds just agonizing, because at that point, art actually does almost just become like playing the lottery. Especially since the galleries aren't going to accept your work based on any type of, like, intellectual or technical merit. They're going to accept it on like terms of essentially supply and demand to the upper echelon buyers. years. It's absolutely better off, and I would hate to have to do that. That is impressive. I will be finishing my fine arts degree this or next December, so I'm looking forward to that. What did I do with my pen? Oh, there it is. Yeah, so it's actually really hard to get a fine art degree, and I definitely know where the term starving artist came from, because without the avenue of the internet to make money on, it is definitely hard. But like I'm about to do now, I'm trying to teach myself some digital art, because realistically, if you're going to make any money on the internet, you can't stick to only classical media, just because there's an inherent additional value that digital art has in resale, since you could create a Patreon and make... They really are. Like, I go to a very cheap, like, state school, and I don't make very much money, so I get a good amount of my tuition covered by the Pell Grant. But even so, with taking low-class loads, having most of my tuition covered by the Pell Grant, it still ends up costing like $1,000 to $2,000 a semester. And if you have to take out like any type of even federal loan for that it just adds up so quickly. And that's per semester, so you end up having to pay, you know, at least $2,000, even going to a very cheap school, per year. And that can be so much. And then I haven't been working lately because of COVID, but I was also working in a restaurant as a cook for years while also going to school, and it's an incredible amount of strain. For not just art students, for anyone going to school that it has a job that also has like a full-time class load, it can be excruciating, and the amount of wear, like, it can wear you down very quickly. I don't know, like, tuition just gets out of hand. I used to be doing a different major, so I've been in college for 6 years now, because I swapped majors after like 2.5 years. Oh yeah, no, it's very modern. It's because the government doesn't actually handle the federal student loans. I can't remember when they did it. I think it was in the 90s or something, maybe even the 80s. But they sold the responsibility of student loans to, I think, what's called the Sallie Mae Loan Company or something, and they are a private industry, and they're not and with any private industry, their goal is to make a profit. So student loans start getting handed out more frivolously, even the federal ones, and now had higher like, what's the word? My mind is blanking. Oh, frick. I feel so dumb right now. When things get more expensive over time, because I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Interest. I don't know why my mind blanked on that. The interest rates have gone up over time, and because the schools have an incentive now to increase their prices, the schools continually increase their prices via, like, spending. So, or like, campus upgrades and spending. So the tuition just keeps going up, because it essentially incentivizes them, because the private loan industry is never going to say no to a loan amount. So the loans will keep increasing in size, and the interest rates will keep increasing so long as the universities keep increasing them. And the universities are going to keep increasing them because those loan institutions will keep increasing them. So it's just it's a feedback loop where they keep doing it because it's making both of them more and more money. even within the time... Oh, I know. I can't even imagine. I live in Tennessee, and I cannot imagine the cost of living in California versus where I live. Like, rent alone is astronomically different. I can't even imagine how much more expensive, like, tuition rates could be. Like I said, I go to a fairly cheap school. My living cost is very low because the living cost is just pretty low in Tennessee. Yeah, like, I don't know. We need drastic, like, societal change. I mean, unfortunately, like, as many problems as California might have, it's still a great place to be if you're especially in a gig economy, because it's one of the highest populated states in America. So, unless you can make a living off of something in another state, it just makes more sense to live somewhere where more people live, because your market for making money is larger if you're in a gig economy. And most people in America, I'm pretty sure, I think I read that most people in America right now are in a gig economy. Largely in part because of apps and stuff. I mean, I think art is inherently political. As like artists, or as people said during the French Revolution, to 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 neuter art from its connection to the political milieu of its people is kind of like disingenuous to the like purpose of art. I think politics are inherently part of art. Unfortunately, I mean, they don't have to be. You could actually absolutely just make purely aesthetic art, like a pour painting or something. But in the realm of discussing art, gallery work, and specifically traditional media, I think many political things get pulled in. I think it's weird, though, that California is, like, inherently political at this point, though. Well, I mean, that's why whenever you see fascist regimes throughout history crop up, they start destroying art. Like, Hitler burned art, Mussolini was critical of art, even Napoleon Bonaparte the Third, I think, Napoleon Bonaparte the Third, he straight up created a government art commission that controlled what was allowed in art. So, like, he went almost like an even more extreme version of not just getting rid of art, but, like, turning art explicitly into propaganda for the French, like, state, imperial state. Um, like, art is really only connected to politics in that you need to understand and analyze politics, to understand, a great portion of art. Contextually, anyways. And I think that's true for, like, music, visual arts, any type of arts. It's always been a way to speak truth to power. Oh, they're absolutely correlated. The word milieu even means environment and politics of, like, an area. So, and it's generally used in talking about the inspirations that went into art. So when I use the word milieu, I'm talking about the political and geographical society, like all of those things that go into the motivations for creation. It just so happens that that a great deal of those motivations end up being political because the world has been highly political for the past 200 years. And that's inherently just because we've become more and more connected through technology, and politics are really just the... I've heard a lot of people are moving to Texas. Texas is becoming quite a epicenter, um, and in doing so, it's becoming quite more like liberal place, which might be bad if depending on who you are, but I think in general the more connected individuals become, the more progressive individuals also become. Yeah, I mean, and that's also because of the hyperinflation of California. Like, the property alone in California is absurd. The cost of living, and that's kind of like one of the errors of a feedback loop of just capitalism or our American version of capitalism. I'm not going to say capitalism can't work, but it definitely works in places on Earth. I just think America has a very like exploitative version of capitalism. Um, but the version we have has basically caused any place that becomes an economic epicenter where your dreams can come true. It's caused it to yeah, the cost of living is insane. It's caused it to where, like, because so many high income jobs end up concentrating in these economic epicenters because dreams are coming true, it inflates the cost of everything. So then the people that are doing more essential, less valued jobs, they're just screwed because you can't even live where you're doing your job because everything is priced for the most successful people in an area. It's not priced for the average person. So California is priced for the tech moguls. It's priced for, like, the game designers and stuff like that. And game designers aren't even paid all that well, but, it is a very common job in the California area. It's where a lot of our game studios in America are. Yeah, it's crazy, and it's another one of those feedback loops. There needs to be regulations in general if we're gonna, like, stick to a heavily capitalist like system. We're gonna need heavy regulations that stop these feedback loops that cause things to increase, because it happens all over the place, and it's just too much of a consistent pattern in America, I think, that we have all of these feedback loops that cause essentially infinitely increasing costs. It's bad for everyone. Yeah, I mean, that's just becoming a lot of places, and I think that's why people just keep moving to new, like, epicenters of focus, because you're essentially getting in on the ground, trying to get in on the ground floor before the cost of everything just explodes. Because, yeah, if you're not already making it, it's almost impossible to live somewhere like New York or California. Just because all of those places have already gone through their economic explosions, so now everything is just priced for the successful in the area. I'm gonna kind of lean on my drawing skills here, because to get a sketch before I try and do anything for painting, I'm just gonna get an outline of what I'm doing. I mean, that's another thing. Like, California is also inflated because it's objectively a beautiful place. Like, well, now it's on fire all the time, but that's, kind of an almost unrelated topic to to the economics of California. I almost fear that like we're gonna if we don't have like system change to address like these problems, what's gonna happen is we're just gonna have like a rotating population that migrates from epicenter to epicenter in America, and as like, and that just wouldn't be good. That would essentially mean our entire population would just be migratory. Which would be just really bad for stability for like specifically anyone that ever wants to like have something akin to a family or a consistent like schooling education, because I think there's a lot of evidence that it hurts especially children's education to travel constantly, and so hurts their like social life. So and that's something that to be concerned about, with how everyone ends up having to essentially be migratory for careers. Yeah. And that's mostly because like we've been talking about the issues in America since like the well really the foundation. Like we had found like our founding fathers had disagreements about how America should be run. I think it was Thomas Jefferson, or yeah, it's called like the Jeffersonian school of thought. Is kind of what we landed on, like kind of unfortunately, because we had individuals like John Adams, who was our second president, who was like very, very wary of leaning on a capital system. He quite literally said once that if we allow capitalists to have too much power in America, inevitably we will devolve down to a oligarchy that is run by those with capital. And he was basically warning that that's just as bad as a monarchy. And America, you know, originally... I mean, Tennessee's okay. There's some problems, like we're a right-to-work state, which is such a misleading term. It essentially means, like, jobs can fire you for, like, just any reason, and you have no recourse for it, and it's just gonna hurt you, like, ultimately. So... But the cost of living is low, so if you can make any money, it's pretty easy to, I don't know, to have, like, an okay spot. I live in, like, a one-bedroom apartment in not a huge city, so my rent is literally only $400 a month, which is absurdly low. It's absurdly low. Yeah, I mean, like, I kind of fantasize about living in a city sometimes, but I kind of love the country and nature, so I don't know if I could make it somewhere like New York. I think it might drive me a little crazy. I mean, New York City anyways. New York State's actually got some beautiful wildlife. I am absolutely not quite yet used to drawing on a pad and having it happen on screen. It's a little clunky. Hopefully my blending options I have in here are gonna work when I try and paint. Yeah, I am insanely. I used to live in Memphis, Tennessee, and because there's essentially like a regional monopoly on what's on internet providers, even though it's a pretty, I think it's the second biggest city, if not the biggest city in Tennessee. But the internet there is terrible. I live in a very, very tiny city now. I think the population is like 50,000 or something, so really, really small. But I have fiber optic internet, all because my local power company started offering internet. And it's literally half the cost of the internet I used to pay for. And instead of, my old internet was like $80 a month, and it was okay. It was like 100 gigs, like download speed, like maybe 10 gigs up. But now I have like a fairly mid-range fiber optic, and I get, I think, 350 to 500 up, or I mean down, and something like 50 upload. It's insane. I'm not sure if a heat gun. I don't have a heat gun, but I'm not sure. I have, in patience, used a hairdryer to try and dry a painting up, but it doesn't. It can do weird things. Like, it seems to kind of work, but it messes with like aspects of how parts of the paint like look. It can crack the paint and do other things like that. I'm sure if it was too hot, it could maybe burn, but like oil has to. I think all the oil. Well, okay, gesso doesn't have oil. Gesso is an acrylic with like stone dust or something in it, so I don't know what it would do necessarily to like the plastic, because acrylic is kind of just plastic. If anything, I think it would just risk cracking it. But if you're gonna do multiple coats, it's probably not a big deal. I'm using gesso for oil. I will go back over with oil paint. You don't necessarily need to gesso something for acrylic or oil, but it saves your paint. Just because canvas in particular is very absorbent, so you wanna saturate those fibers with something before you put your expensive paint on it. So I would put a gesso down even if you're gonna use acrylic, just because it's gonna save you paint in the long run. Sketch. Skin. Do skin. That's true. It can soak in through the back. And it can look a little ugly. Also because, especially if you're using acrylic, because you might be, like me, when I use acrylic, I like to water it down. Since it is fibers, if you didn't gesso it and you put that onto your canvas, it might bleed in ways that you don't like, because it's gonna follow like the pattern of the fibers as it saturates that with water if you don't gesso it. There's a lot of reasons to gesso things, and it mostly breaks down to consistency. You want to do it for consistency's sake. Okay, let's see. You just know that there's going to be a more expected outcome. I should have set up hotkeys for this tablet. It doesn't technically matter because no one is really going to look at your painting from the back. So it would probably only matter to like, I don't know, a gallery or something that's like being bougie. Okay, I wonder if I set this up right for pressure. Pressure application. Kind of looks like I did. This is gonna be like my second ever digital painting, so sorry if your expectations are of me are shattered, even though I haven't done anything to set an expectation. Yeah, that's what I was saying. If it's gonna be like in an exposition, like in an exposition show or any kind of like gallery show that's in a more professional setting, then the curator of that show might think less of you for not paying mind to the craft. I'm not sure if that's consistently. What's this? Gabby, are you still in chat? Maybe. But yeah, it's oh yeah, you need to frame your paintings if it's going to be like a gallery show, but if it's a commission, then I would discuss with like who you're commissioning it for. Well, okay, it doesn't absolutely have to be framed, but you need to have a reason that you're not framing it if you're putting it in a show. Like, you can essentially you can break any rule you want, but you have to have a good reason for why you're breaking the rule. Rules for in art are quite literally, they exist to be broken. You just need a reason, like a succinct thought for why you are doing it. There needs to be an explanation. Otherwise, the explanation is you didn't know any better, or you're just like bad at it or something. Or that's going to be the assumption, even if you're not. So it's something that annoys me because I'm a messy person. And if I could, I'd frame nothing ever, and I would just, like, I don't know, I'd like, tie my canvas in knots on the back or something horrendous. I am trying to... your canvas shot. So I think I mentioned this earlier. Let's see if we can see this. I put tape on the sides of this canvas. I don't know if this is consistent. Again, if you're going to color the sides, have a reason that you're going to color the sides. But you should probably, if it's going to be in a gallery or something, tape your sides so that your sides are raw canvas. It's absolutely okay not to frame things if that's like a look you're going for. This is something I've had multiple professors whine at me about because I just never do it. It's just something I don't really think about. I just like get into painting right away. I almost never remember to tape my sides. If you've already like made a painting and you need to clean the sides, really what I do is I would either just like paint them, I would just like cover the side, like the edges of your painting with tape, and then paint your sides something that's very neutral, not easy to see, like an off-white or a gray or even a black, depending on like what the primary color of your canvas is. Like if your painting is very light, like your finished piece is very light, then you want light sides because the dark sides will stand out. But if your piece is kind of dark, you want dark sides because you don't want the sides to stand out. I've always been told the best thing to do is just not to have paint on the sides, though. Again, you can have a reason for breaking that rule. You just have to come up with one. I think a lot of those rules are a little silly. At least for painting, when I do drawings, I make sure to have a very clean white border around my, the edge of my paper. Like, I always tape off the edge of my paper. But that's because I think drawings are generally, can generally get it's more noticeable when a drawing is very messy. Or is, like, encroaching on the edges of the paper. So I always like to have a white border. Yeah, like, I would generally stick with something like an off-white. I think an off-white never fails, really, when it comes to like, borders on something like that. But ultimately, like, I would just discuss it with whomever the painting is for. Like, if it's going to be in a gallery or a show or something, talk to the curator about what their expectations for the craft of the work is. Because it's all about expectations. And something like that can be wildly different on a person-to-person basis, a gallery curator-to-gallery curator basis. Some pop art's pretty darn good, but ultimately I think the birth of pop art was a pretty intellectually interesting idea, but a lot of pop art that has followed ever since has kind of lost that original, like, snappy critique of the commodification of art and has just become commodity art. Now, that's not to say that some of it doesn't look really good and is really eye-catching. I think that's kind of an inherent property of a lot of pop art, is that it's eye-catching, simple, just something kind of fun to look at. But I definitely think the original purpose of pop art has been kind of lost. I think a lot of more contemporary pop artists end up being kind of I don't want to be too inflammatory here, but scummy. What's it like? There's this I think he's German or something, but he straight up just steals comic book panels and paints them like large form on portraits and changes the words in the text box. He's barely making a change, and he's just straight stealing other people's work, and then he gets paid tons of money in galleries for other people's labor. Now,
the reuse of other people's art in art is something very common, but I generally think there needs to be a convincing change in the art. Like there needs to be needs to be something that made it your own, and this guy to me just does not do enough to make it his own. I cannot remember what his name is. But it all just depends. I don't think there's any style of art that is inherently bad. Like even Futurism, which was literally developed in fascist Italy, like during World War II. Oh, contemporary. So, modern art is not modern. The word modern art refers to the modernist period, which is from sometime in the early 1800s, I would say the 1830s with the invention of the camera, until the invention of the internet in the 1960s. So, modern art is not art that is coming out in our time. Contemporary art is what's coming out now, because it refers to the word contemporaries. I am an artist in the in our modern time, so other artists would be my contemporaries, so it's contemporary art. Now in, you know, like maybe 50 years or something, when the milieu of our world changes significantly, art historians and stuff will come up with a real name for our era of art. But until then, the only thing we can call art that is happening right now by living artists is contemporary art, because we don't have a name or classification for the things that are happening in our era yet. We don't even have a name for the era of art that we are in, and that is something that that our living art historians and stuff like that and critics are, you know, constantly adding to the discussion and thought around how art is developing, or how our contemporary art era is developing. It's a little confusing because of the word modernism, but modern art is not art that comes out today. It is like, it's the newest modern art came out 50 years ago. Yeah, contemporary art's not a movement. In 50 or 100 years, when someone comes up with a name for our era of art, our living era of art, the art that's coming out 100 or 50 years from now is still going to be called contemporary art. More than likely, maybe it won't. Who knows? Maybe we'll end up calling it the contemporary art era, and things get even more confusing, because then you're going to have the modern art era, the contemporary art era. The people that come up with names for this stuff aren't great. Because, yeah, it's very confusing. I've had that discussion with quite a few people on what modern art is, because it is rather weird that modern art is not modern. But yeah, a contemporary artist would just be anyone that's making art right now, that's alive today, making art. Or more specifically, anyone that has made art past the modern era, which most people agree ended sometime in the 60s. If not with the invention of the internet. I use a mix. I don't really stick to one way. I just kind of like do whatever I think is going to feel right for this specific application. I tend to always start thin and washy. But so like I tend to do thin washes, let them dry, and then layer and layer. So I normally am not doing like a wet on wet. but I will do it in portions if I think it's going to yield my desired result. I don't box myself into a specific style. I don't actually think I've ever painted anything in like a, I don't even know how to say the word, grizzlies. Yeah, I don't think I've ever painted anything in that style. Mostly because like that is a style that is very good if you want to approach things in an incredibly naturalistic way. And I just never really paint that way. Even when I'm painting something that leans more on the edge of naturalism, I'm gonna have like very painterly moments. Yeah, like layers and layers of a thin glaze is generally like how I like to approach it, but not in that traditional naturalistic method. I'm mostly doing it so I can preserve the luminosity of the white of the canvas underneath. Yeah, grizzling is basically old-fashioned, and that's why I was saying I don't think I've ever even tried to work on something that way. I would encourage, I should probably try it once, because I'd say you should probably try most painting techniques at least once so that you can at minimum understand them. Because that's going to increase your repertoire of abilities everywhere. Which is kind of why I'm trying to teach myself digital art, because, I don't know, or digital painting, because I kind of think it'll aid my painting maybe in some way. But also I just think it's more conducive to an online format. And I think for the most part, if you're going to try and make money off of art nowadays, you kind of have to have some kind of online format to an extent. So I'm trying to start that up. So my go-to like specific colors or brands. Because let's see, I can bring my back. I think must-have bases are, I think you need an ultramarine blue, and I think you need like a burnt umber. And that's mostly because my favorite, or probably the most standard black, is ultramarine blue plus burnt umber. Yeah, I'm trying to do a little bit of a self-portrait. With more of just the impression. I'm doing a very, yeah. All my tubes are very messy, but let's see. We'll just make this bigger for a second. Yeah, so my favorite colors are like an ultramarine blue, a cobalt blue. Blues are for me, are very important. I use a lot of different blues for mixing, just because I think blues can give things a lot of life. I really love this golden Naples yellow. This golden Naples yellow is, it's just, I don't know, it's a really gorgeous yellow color. It makes great mixing for soils and skin tones.
I don't think I've used Grumbacher.
Mine are all Charvin, which is kind of a more expensive brand. I would only suggest them if you're willing. Oh, mine are all Charvin. I have not used Grumbacher or brand. I used to use, when I first started, I used Basics acrylics, which, you know, are pretty standard. You find them in most hobby stores. Then I used, when I first did oils, I got like just, I don't know, some pack. I don't even remember what brand they were, but some like starter pack. But I just asked my painting professor one day to recommend me some like good oil brands, and he told me, or he gave me a list of some good ones, and I tried Charvin out, being not the most expensive brand he gave me, but about in between. Okay, I think Winsor and Newton is the first one I did. That sounds really familiar. They're a pretty decent budget brand. I'd say if you want to try oils for the first time, don't go in on something like Charvin, just in case you hate it. Because, like, no joke, some Charvin paints can get redonkulously expensive. Because they use, like, real precious metal pigments. They use real precious mineral pigments and precious metal pigments. So, like, this orange here, I think is actually made with, like, orange gems, orange ground up gems. And I even have, like, a gold paint, somewhere in here. Yeah, this cobalt blue is made with cobalt metal, like... So I, like, straight up, I think some of these colors are fine. Like, this large tube of burnt umber was probably 30 or 40 bucks. Yeah, I would not recommend investing in some Charvin paint unless you just have the money to burn. if you're not already invested in oils, just because they can kind of get needlessly expensive, but you can get some just really, here, I'll just grab a little painting that I've been working on. Here's a little painting I have been working on, that I use the Charvins on, and, specifically, or you might not be able to hear me because I'm at the mic, but specifically, you can get these just really, really nice blends. And of course, like I said, because they sell real precious metal paints, you get really good depths of color on some stuff. Like, this is actually gold over here. I absolutely should not have gotten this, but I don't know, I felt like it was indicative to what I'm trying to do with this series of paintings and playing up kind of a bougie element to them, but... I actually I didn't know cadmium paints were toxic. I've just always been under the assumption that all oil paints are kind of toxic. But are cadmium pigments particularly toxic? Because I actually didn't know that. Because I think I have a cadmium red, but I think that's the only cadmium I have. Or I have cadmium yellow and cadmium red. I know the cadmiums are generally cheaper than a lot of the other pigments. I mostly have metal-based paints. Like I have titanium white, lead white. I have cobalt, I have gold, I think I have a silver. Oh yeah, here's my gold paint. Or no, my yellow is not even cadmium. My yellow is lemon. I think a lot of oil paints generally have very rich hues. Oh no, I have a cadmium red. Yeah, this is a cadmium red. And I gotta be honest, it is a really good red. I mean, I'm sorry, environment, if this was like really bad for you. I apologize. Oh yeah, I know. All that's why I was saying a lot of the things you use in oil paints are toxic. Like I said this earlier, but there's like you can't dump or all our water around here goes to like local water areas, like our drainage does. So there's kind of like strict dumping regulations around here, which is good. But you can't just like dump the like water that you wash oil paint and stuff around here. You can't just like dump your terpenoids and your turpentine down the drain. Like you can get in serious trouble for it. Because yeah, a lot of that stuff is wildly bad. A lot of it's like carcinogenic and stuff like that. I do like oil paints. I'm not against acrylics at all. I don't know. I'm a little lackadaisical when I work a lot, as you guys can probably tell, as I've been very slowly working on everything. But acrylics don't really let me pursue that level of lackadaisical attitude. So, like, I'm definitely not against acrylics. I just think I'd have to have a specific a reason to use them. I definitely think if you're especially if you're not gonna like sell your work, you should probably just stick to like some kind of, well, I mean, it depends. Anyone can do whatever they want, but I don't know. It can be kind of ridiculous for a hobby to spend like $100 on a tube of paint. Oh yeah, I wouldn't even get fire near some of these chemicals. I'm pretty sure my Galkid has a warning that it can explode if heated too much or if it gets too hot. Yeah, like I would definitely keep fire and whatnot far from anything you're doing with oils. That can be a no-no. I think the thing that I consistently do that's kind of stupid with paint is I just forget to clean off my brushes. I'll set them down. I ruined so many brushes. I'm such a bad brush person. It's really, really, really not good. Oh, that's kind of cool. I didn't realize that this kind of had a built-in color blender. Ooh, excuse me. Yeah, oh my god. Yeah, I almost prefer to I think you should probably have a window open at least if you're not going to be like outside or in a very well ventilated area for any kind of turpentine or terpenoids. Those I'm pretty sure they can make you pass out. I'm pretty sure the fumes can actually like knock you unconscious. Um I haven't used Gamsol, but I have a little sample container of it somewhere. I've just never used it. It does seem kind of neat. Some of the professors I have will get sample containers of stuff, and if they think some of their students will like it, they'll just give those sample containers to them instead. And my painting professor thought I'd like the Gamsol and just gave me the sample container. And I've just yet to use it. I also have some other type of thinner that I don't know what it's called. Or this might just be an acrylic medium, actually. I've used this like once. It's pretty good though. Liquitex glazing medium. Yeah, I don't use this that often. Oh, absolutely. I think it was who was it? I think it was Raphael. I think Raphael used like his fingers to blend all his paints, and we know this because we can find his fingerprints on a lot of his paintings. It might be one of the others. Between like Raphael and Michelangelo, one of them lived for like ever, and one of them died in like their 30s. I can't quite remember off the top of my head. But yeah, older artists, they either lived way longer than they had any right to live, considering like the time they grew up and the toxic materials they were dealing with, or they died just so soon, like in their 20s or 30s. Like, I think Picasso died in his 90s, and I mean, he's not, as old as Michelangelo or whatever, but right-click the brush icon, then select Mixer Brush Tool. Up here? Or... I am absolutely trying to follow your suggestion, because I admit I don't really know what I'm doing all that much. Mixer Brush Tool. Mixer Brush Tool. Photoshop. Oh, it's this one? version is this? I assume it's the newest version. I just pay for like the like creative bundle. I googled it and it said that this is the mixer brush tool. Stimulates real painting techniques such as blending colors and varying paints between wetness. That sounds interesting. So what's this gonna do? Ooh. That's kind of rich looking. Oh, there's options up here. Wet. Okay, let's see what that does. Wet. Mix. Interesting. Load. Okay. This seems... Thank you. Thank you so much. This is interesting. I actually didn't really notice that was there. Saves. See what happens when I turn the mix up. Influences. Enable airbrush style build-up effect. Set smoothing for stroke. Use a higher value to reduce the shakiness of brush strokes. Let's try that. Does this have pressure? Oh yeah, it's over here, I think. Pressure recognition. What is this? Clean the brush after each stroke. Huh. Oh, the one that says custom. Oh, right here. Ah. Moist. Wet light mix. Okay. Very wet. Let's try very wet. Oh, I see. Wow, that actually really looks like paint. What? That is cool. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Angel. That is really nifty. I had no idea. It actually kind of works like paint. That is neat as heck. Oh my god, it even pulls some of the color over. Oh my goodness, that's so nifty. That is so nifty. That is really... Okay, I'm gonna have to, like, throw some just, like, wild colors in there for the fun of it. That's gonna be, like, just fun to do. That is really neat. Oh my god, the blending there. That is so cool. I know I can set up hotkeys on like my tablet. I just haven't. I need to set up hotkeys for like fast use. Okay, I'll try that. Dry heavy load. I know. Thank you so much, Angel. This is really cool. I had no idea this option even existed. I've really only ever used Photoshop for actual like photo editing, and I'm pretty decent at the photo editing, but I've never really messed with it much outside of that. And then like some graphic design stuff that I use, mostly in Illustrator, but. will definitely play with the blending mixes. This is, like, I just had no idea this was even an option. I always wondered how people blended things in Photoshop because I could never really figure out how. And most tutorials I ever looked up were just like, turn the flow up. I was like, that doesn't seem to do a whole lot. I like the mix a lot. Really like the way they blend together when you turn that up. It's like working wet on canvas, kind of. Photoshop 5 was the first Photoshop I ever used, and I think I just pirated it off somewhere. Yeah, it just, wow, it feels so much less stiff, and it just feels like vibrant and alive now. This is like game changer, honestly. It's so cool. It actually feels like painting now instead of drawing. Yeah, this is just tight. Thank you so much, Angel. That is just superb advice. Literally so much different. True, true. yeah, I had no idea that it was this easy. Like, I thought it was all about like the hardware you had. I always thought it was just like about having better, like a better tablet. Because I am using Huon something. I don't know what kind it is. It's called a Huon something. It was pretty affordable, and most places on the internet said it was comparable to the Intuos, I think is what it's called. So I was like, oh, okay. And it was like, I don't know, a third of the price or something. Oh yeah, I use a mouse for most things. Um, let's see. This was something I was working on, just mouse. Um, that's a little border for a friend that I have that streams on Twitch. And I'm doing like a gem cat border thing. This is my reference photo I was using for it, and I thought I was getting a pretty decent like result. Just kind of like imitating it with the mouse. But yeah, I've only recently been, or this is really the second time ever that I've been experimenting with just painting. Huh. Maybe my nib is wearing out because I feel like I'm having some responsiveness issues. Or maybe I messed something up, maybe? I don't know. It is, yeah, it genuinely feels like you're working on wet. Like, that's really cool. What I just did is called the lazy method of checking whether something is wet.
yeah, this is just so cool.
Yeah, I think digital is mostly interesting because yeah, you can do some interesting, fun sketches, and then of course it's just not very messy. Like all you have to do for a digital is have the software, then open it up. Like there's no prep work like stretching a canvas, gessoing it, and stuff like that. But the other advantage I think is the flexibility of like um, the online like almost marketability component of it. It's much easier to sit down and like stream a digital little practice session than it is um, like a traditional painting. I agree. There is something special about traditional painting, though. It just feels special. My goodness, I can already tell how useful these settings will be once I get more used to maneuvering the pen on the tablet. I mean, it is new. I think there's something kind of inherent about the or inherently special about the unreproducibility of traditional media. I think the inherent fact that you could like, reprint a digital piece is both part of its like as many times as you want is part of its appeal and part of its almost weakness too. It's appeal and weakness in comparison to traditional pieces. Plus, if you just want to be detail oriented, it's so cool that you can just like zoom in as much as you want. Like that's really dope. Like if I really want to just get all the way in here and focus on like one little thing, I absolutely can. Like absolutely. Although like I think it's a little weird to work like this, and that's why I've been working zoomed out. I don't know, just because I'm not used to working like this, but it is something that I could see getting used to and then wanting to do more and more. Yeah, it is lucky us. We have the option. And I just love learning anything I can. Like, it's just fun to be able to work in as many different things as you can. I'm not great on it, but like I took a jewelry making class a semester ago. It was really fun. I got to learn how to use like torches and stuff. I made like a brooch. I was really bad at sawing the metal. I kept snapping my jeweler's saw, which was a little frustrating at times. Especially since no one else broke nearly as many jewelry saws as I did. Yeah, for my paintings currently, I haven't done anything like pottery, but I've been trying to like make little maquettes out of just like some clay of objects, and then I draw or paint those, so that I can practice like how light bends on different objects and stuff. Like ultimately, I just want to learn everything I can. I love working with anything I can. I want to learn it all. I've never like made like pottery or something though. That's something I want to do, and I know a couple people that work in pottery. But it is something I have yet to really learn. Oh yeah, I did it because was reading a book that was showing techniques for developing fantasy landscapes, um, and it said a good technique is to create like a little maquette, because it's really hard to find reference images or even just imagine how light would fall across the different shapes of like a fantasy landscape. So I was following the recommended like techniques around that. Um, yeah, just because it seemed interesting, and it did kind of help. Like it absolutely felt like it was helping to know the to like know specifically how light would wrap around an unusual shape, in reference to like, even if you're not going to paint naturalistically, like I rarely endeavor to paint naturalistically, just because I have also done some photography, and that's why I said I've done like a decent amount of like Photoshop. And I just think if I'm gonna endeavor to do something that's completely naturalistic, then I'm probably going to. Yeah, I am also tempted to just mix in bunches of random colors. I'm just more tempted to pick up photography if I want to do something completely naturalistic, but that doesn't mean I don't want a naturalistic reference. Even if I'm gonna do things weird, I still want things to kind of like read correctly. No, this eyebrow's too small. I just kind of realized that, like, my eyebrows are gigantic. It's kind of like my eyebrow kind of does that kind of. Oh yeah, yeah. Surrealism is definitely like, I think if you're gonna go hyper naturalistic, you should definitely, or if you're gonna go naturalistic, you should go like Chuck Close and go hyper naturalism, or do something like surrealism, like Salvador Dali or some other surrealist. My mind is blanking on surrealists other than Salvador Dali at the moment. Probably because I did recently read a book on Salvador Dali actually, so he's just kind of like in my head at the moment too. That's something that I've been surprised by just in general with art is how many books I end up reading on art. Ends up being a big portion of what I do is just read about art. I wasn't super into Game of Thrones, but my girlfriend and her family were really into Game of Thrones, and they were just like so done with it. Even I thought they did what's her name, Daenerys. I thought they did Daenerys dirty. I didn't wasn't really into it, but I knew just because it was such a big thing who a lot of the characters were, and it was just so weird how they got kind of misogynistic with it, honestly. Like, that's what it kind of felt that way. It felt like a women can't be leaders type thing, and it was just a little weird. Yeah, Cersei also got done dirty. They pretty much like ruined every female character in that show by the end of it. Like it just took such a weird turn because she was kind of a badass too, and then like they get like the bad D&D ending where rocks fall, everybody dies. It almost felt like a joke because that is like a Dungeons and Dragons joke that like a bad DM will just go, rocks fall, everybody dies. Jon Snow also did seem kind of boring to me. I think that was one of the things that actually stopped me from getting into the show, is that it constantly focused on him. I was just like, he's the most generic, like, milquetoast fantasy character ever. I very much like this one YouTuber who does like discussion essays on a lot of media called Lindsay Ellis, and she has like a very long rant video um, about the show. Yeah, it did seem like that because like instead of the what I again like I wasn't I only watched it occasionally, um but the one daughter of the main family who like married or who's I guess engaged to the bratty blonde kid that gets killed, uh she's supposed to be all smart and stuff, but it sure seems like that she's only smart because everyone else around her is just so stupid. It's too gray. It's kind of like a yellowy tinge, I guess. Yeah, Sansa. I think that's her name. Yeah, she was supposed to be like clever or something, but it sure just seemed like everyone around her was just dumb as dirt, unless that she was clever. And then of course I know the final season had all the different memes like they hide the people in the crypt against the people that can resurrect the dead and whatnot. So it just constantly starts kind of like grinding on your suspension of disbelief of all these characters that were making smart decisions and are suddenly just like doing things that you're like, come on. Why would you do that? Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, they did her real dirty. Like, I didn't even really watch the show that much, but she was such a cool character. And even I was, as someone that didn't really even watch the show that much, I was like, wow, they just ruined her. It just, like, nothing she did even made sense. It's like she got hit on the head and just went fucking crazy. Wow, I didn't even think about it that way, but you're right, there is a pattern. It's like they're trying to create a message that female empowerment leads to dead women. That's an interesting way to look at it, because that's totally what happens. There's so many things where a female character gets power and they just immediately become a monster and then they get killed. Normally, like especially with the Jean Grey thing, by their love interest. Which makes it even kind of grosser. Sorry if my random background music gets kind of annoying. I just figured some kind of background would be cool because, I don't know, in case there's ever silence, but I do realize I've been playing the same, 3-minute thing on loop for a while now. It's just very limited what you can play on YouTube. Well, I don't think there's an intentional agenda. I think things like that are more part of the cultural zeitgeist of informed information. So I don't think there's a conspiracy to tread on women in media. It's more that that's what, test markets I probably think people want to see. So it's probably not insidious, but it does seem like that. I was reading a thing that on average women make way more money than men now, but it's still not true for the highest paid positions in the world. It's still mostly male dominated. But that's probably going to change because right now women graduate from universities at an insanely higher rate than men. Which is going to be an issue probably 10-15 years down the line as we have just furtheringly increased populations of low wage paid men in America. There are some problems with that, and it's not like a sexist thing that the system is sexist against men. It's more a societal thing that men end up just having to work lower wage jobs and support groups of people because the way we have our society kind of divvied up. Specifically, I saw some cities where, or cities that are primarily African American, like Memphis and Atlanta, Georgia, have incredibly higher disparities between men and women for pay, with women making almost double what men make, and that ends up being more of part of a race institution thing, because the men are making so much less because in those areas the policing systems target black men, so those black men get arrested, and it pretty much creates a barrier for entry for higher wage jobs for the men. Because it's so much harder to get work once you've ever been arrested. It is weird with Jean Grey, too, that they took that route, since they had, like, comics to go off of that already told the story of the Phoenix in, like, a non-weird way. I always really liked Nightcrawler and Mystique. Wolverine, I liked Wolverine, but Wolverine's almost become too mainstream of a mutant. Like, it's almost like too obligatory. Like, almost everyone likes Wolverine at this point. So I feel like you just have to come up with secondary answers to Wolverine now. But I really like Nightcrawler and Mystique. He did always kind of feel like the Captain America of X-Men. He's like kind of the by-the-books, like, built to be the leader character almost. Get some very wet in here now. Well, yeah, Mystique was always like an iffy like villain, because she's always been more like a little more complex than just a villain. Well, that's all of the villains in X-Men really, except some of the ones that just want to blow up the Earth and stuff. X-Men is one of my favorite Marvel properties just because it is so almost like allegorical. It reflects real life and discrimination in real life in really like remarkable, thoughtful ways. It's something I've always really liked about X-Men. None of the villains are just like evil for evil's sake. Like even Magneto, who kind of wants to genocide like humanity to an extent, and for mutants to be the like superior race and stuff. When you learn the character's history and stuff, it like almost makes sense why he thinks that, because like Magneto was interned during like in internment camps during World War II and saw like that happen, and it's just there's really fascinating dichotomies of how those characters develop their motivations. I really, really appreciate how well a lot of X-Men characters are developed. Because a lot of them do feel so real because of their just really, really spot-on motivations. Of course, when they're done well, because I did kind of think that Mystique in, I forget which of the X-Men movies, but she essentially just had the hots for both Xavier and Magneto, and I thought that was a little lame. Yeah, that's true too. That actress did an insane job. On top of, didn't she do all her own like acrobatic stunts and stuff? Because like that was insane. Like what a badass. I wish I could do a flip. I'd kill myself if I tried to do a flip. Plus that makeup job, oh my god, it was just kudos to the art direction on that. That was gorgeous. Really, really filled the fantasy of like a shapeshifter. X2 is a really good one. I don't think I saw the newest one. There was a one recently, and I don't think I ever saw it or heard anything about it, really. Like, they fought, like, the like, I don't know, the Egyptian, like, pharaoh mutant guy. I don't even know who they are, but I did not watch that one, and I haven't really heard much about it. Oh, really? I just kind of guessed that they weren't that great, because if I don't hear anyone talk about a movie, that means it's not just bad, it's boring. Because, like, you can get some entertainment out of a bad movie, but, like the third X-Men movie where, like, Wolverine kills Jean Grey, that movie is terrible, but it's funny terrible, because you have the Juggernaut running in and going, "I'm the Juggernaut, bitch!" And it's just like, it reaches self-parody, where it feels like it's making fun of even itself. So, it's kind of like fun to watch it crash and burn. It's ridiculous. But, yeah, I just hadn't heard anything about the new ones, so I just kind of assumed they were boring. Oh yeah, Apocalypse. I think a lot of the X-Men villains that are those big, like, actual kind of just evil people, like Apocalypse and, what's the world-eating guy? He eats the planets. Galactus or something? Yeah, Galactus. His name's Galactus. I just think those, like, kind of all-encompassing, definitely the villain, definitely evil characters kind of don't do the X-Men story X-Men stories justice, because X-Men is most interesting when it's dealing with, like, allegorical comparatives to real life. I think that's where X-Men is always doing its best job. Dude, I didn't even know there was a Phoenix Force movie. It does kind of suck that we're almost certainly never gonna get, like, a new X-Men, or we're not gonna get a new X-Men movie for a long time, because whenever, like, a series gets a bad release, it kind of, like, makes, it makes, like, the producers and stuff that make these go, oh, well, the community just hates X-Men, instead of, no, we made a bad movie. They might. That's true. Didn't they have some kind of, like, TV show on Hulu or something where what was it? It was like X-Men based, but because they didn't own the X-Men at the time, instead of calling them mutants, because apparently Fox owned the word mutant somehow, they called them something else. Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna, like, try and build comics as, like, some masterpiece, because there's a lot of bad comic books, but there's definitely, like, if you're gonna copy a story that was good in the comics, stick to the story that was good in the comics. Yeah, they were called Inhumans. Yeah, I think that's what it was. That was supposed to basically be discount X-Men, but they couldn't call them mutants because somehow the word mutant is copyrighted. I think for a while Marvel somehow owned the copyright to the word zombie, too. Oh yeah, for Marvel, it's X-Men Universe 100% for me. For DC, I like Batman, but my favorite DC character is actually probably... Huh. That's a hard question, actually. Who is my favorite DC character? Probably The Flash. I really like The Flash. The Flash is really fun. I did really like that Green Arrow TV show. I haven't watched it in a while though, just because I used to have a Hulu subscription, and then, like, I got a new card, and I just never renewed my subscription, or, like, put my new card in, and just kind of haven't returned to Hulu ever since. So, and that's where I was watching it. So I don't know if it gets bad or something, but I was having fun with it while I was watching it. Are they crappy? Maybe it was like a guilty pleasure. I really liked the Arrow show, but I think I only watched like 3 seasons, and I know it's got tons of seasons. Oh yeah, it's got 8 seasons, wow. Yeah, I definitely didn't even watch halfway through. Because we were still getting, or when I was watching, we were still getting, like, flashbacks to the island and stuff. Which I was actually a pretty big fan of how they were doing, handling flashbacks, because I normally hate flashbacks and stuff, but I kind of liked the flashbacks in that show, or at least for when they had them. Maybe they overstay their welcome, but Yeah, the acting could be pretty cheesy sometimes. And yeah, there are always those tropes. It would be kind of nice if we could get something that was like mostly trope free. I don't know why. I didn't really like the Flash TV show though. I tried to get into that because I really liked the Flash, but like I guess the TV budgets didn't bother me that much in the Arrow because like he doesn't have superpowers or anything, so it makes sense that there's nothing like, I don't know, effects based, but it the effects in the Flash were a little like jarring for me. I only watched the first season of The Walking Dead, and I thought it was really good, and then I started the second season, and I just got really, really bored. It just felt so much worse than the first season. Like, it felt like such an immediate drop in quality. Dexter I really liked. It was really, really good all the way up until really the last season. I used to really love Dexter. I should rewatch that one. I haven't seen Dexter in years. I think I was in high school the last time I watched it. Oh, he did? I didn't know that. The OC? I don't think I've heard of the OC. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen the OC. I've missed out on a lot of things that came out, like, you know, around the childhood of, or around anyone's childhood around my age, just because, like, I did grow up in, like, such a, like, hippie household. We didn't, like, have TV or anything. I basically started watching TV when I was in high school. So I have not seen very many things that came out pre like 2010, unless it was really old. Because I did watch VHS tapes. I had like a VHS player, and I used to love watching like old Godzilla movies and stuff. I had so many old Godzilla movies. I have like checked out some things that people always said were like classics. Like I tried to watch Friends and like That 70s Show, stuff like that. But I wasn't too into like the sitcom genre in general. Welcome back. You know, I've been getting sidetracked by how much fun I'm having playing with this new paint thing. I should probably put a second coat on this real quick. Thank you. I think I'm surprised by how much better this is than even my first attempt. That advice was amazing, Angel. I really feel like it really feels like painting. I don't know. I might I'm using. I'm using this as a loose reference photo, so I might have fun with it and actually just draw the tie-dyed background, since I can do all the blending and stuff. Have some fun with it. Since it is mostly a practice, I should probably try and be slightly ambitious with it. I think it's always good to be ambitious when you practice things. I might try and at some point try and do like a full naturalistic, um, like Photoshop paint. Just because I think it's healthy to be able to work naturalistically, at least like once, so that you can work on that technique in any medium that you like using. But then once you've done that, I think it's good to then like exercise your talents past that. I actually don't varnish my paintings. I've never varnished any of my paintings, mostly because once you varnish a painting, you can't ever really work on it, or you shouldn't really work on it again. And I just go back to paintings every now and then, like, mess with them. So I guess I'd varnish them before, like, if I sold them and they were that was like going to be the finality of the painting. Maybe there's a workable varnish out there, but the ones that I've been offered before are not workable. Fat over lean in reference to what? You know, actually, I don't know. I haven't heard that term. If I had to make a guess, it sounds like just, you know, heavy or little use of paint. Oh, I think that's just how much you water it down with your, like, your other mediums. Because, my thin layers are just really watered down with Galkid, and my thick layers, might not have any Galkid at all, and I might even apply them with a palette knife. Yeah, that makes sense. That's about what I guessed. I don't think so. I just like use thin layers until I have essentially the painting I want, and then then I'll go in with like thick, almost unladen paint to create like surface texture. I don't think you need to like progressively get thicker, just because the way I do it, when I'm layering, I'll like layer with essentially a wash. I'll let that completely dry, then I'll paint on top of it with a new layer of wash, and I'll just keep doing that and letting it dry. It can be an incredibly slow way to paint, though, but it creates really complex and interesting, like, surfaces. See if I can maybe get this knitted hat texture. Yeah, I just eyeball it. Like, I use I use like an old baking tray, just because you either want to use like metal, glass, or something else, um, for your palette, and I use a just an old cooking tray, like baking tray, and I'll just slap some paint down, and then I'll just pour some Galkid into it and mix it up until it's like semi-transparent. And yeah, I just eyeball that. I'm sure if you wanted a super consistent, like all your paintings have the exact same kind of like application to them, I'm sure that it would be smart to almost like measure out your portions like you're baking. But ultimately, I'm just like, who's got time for that? Oh yeah, that's true too. I've never, like, the only time I've ever had cracking was when I made this huge, like, I'll wheel it out actually just to show how big it is. But I didn't get it tight enough on the I didn't get it tight enough, and it sagged later down the line and it cracked. I cannot actually turn this. It hits my ceiling. Um, but in this bottom corner here, it started to sag because I didn't get it tight enough, and it's cracking like in but not just that. It's like billowing out and sagging. I'm gonna have to like re-stretch this thing if I ever wanna like mess with it. That's the only time I've ever experienced cracking in a painting, though. Yeah, I've never used anything other than Galcid Light. I didn't know there was a Galcid Slow Dry. Galcid Gel. Ooh, that gel looks cool.
If I had money, I'd just buy all the different types of paint things. Yeah, I've only ever used Galcid Light and a wax medium that I can't remember what it was called. The wax medium was pretty cool. I know, right? I the new virus there is apparently 70% more spreadable. I don't really have any plans for Christmas. I thought it was better not to travel. I heard Dr. Fauci also said we should assume the US already has the mutated version, too. Yeah, I've heard that, too. They like, really crack down. Like, people aren't even allowed to visit other people's homes and stuff. I kind of wish we just when all this had first started, we had actually gone on like strict 21-day like no one can go anywhere lockdown, just because like we wouldn't be dealing with any of this now if we had.
We wouldn't even have to think about a vaccine or anything like that. We'd all just be on our little merry ways. Because places that did do full hardcore lockdowns, they literally have no, like, cases at all. Or if they do, they have, like, one or two that pops up every now and then, and they just lock that person down. Well, yeah, it would have only taken 3 weeks to like wipe it out if everyone had just quarantined for 3 weeks, because it has a 14-day incubation period, and there's no evidence it can survive on any surface longer than like 3 or 4 days. That a 3-week period would have for sure, if everyone had just actually hardcore locked down and we had done actual measures then, we would have wiped it out. It's just so silly that we're suffering so much from a disease that we have, like, actions we could be taking right now to solve. I think the more disappointing thing is it got turned into a political point. Like, disease should never be a political point. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. At first, I was like, when we first heard about it last, like December, when it was first popping up in like China, I was like, oh, well, that's probably not going to be a big deal. But then, just every country was slow in response to deal with it, and then America just like denied it even existed. Yeah, I kind of think not. The fact that we, just as we, like, got a vaccine and stuff, new mutated versions started popping up, I'm pretty sure we're going to be dealing with this until we actually, like, do what's been proven to work and just lock down. I know, like, politicians and stuff didn't want to do it because it would hurt the economy, but at this point, we've hurt the economy more by having a crippled, like, version of lockdown for way more than 21 days, and then on top of that, like, it's not good for the economy to have 350,000 people die. Those 350,000 people can't buy things, they can't work jobs. Like, I don't understand the lack of compassion that we had in a political sense. Yeah, I don't know. I know a lot of people have been like comparing it to the flu and stuff, and I don't really think that's appropriate to compare it to the flu because it's just so much more deadly at this point. But I honestly think unless we take actual extreme measures or the vaccine ends up actually just being like a miracle vaccine that works like 100% of the time, I think it's going to be a long time before we get things back to, like, normal. I know, that's what I'm saying, like, and the more it spreads, the more it's likely to mutate. And since America's, like, at this point, just like the hotbed for cases in the whole world, it just feels like it feels like we probably have, like, multiple versions of it floating around America already. For all we know, there is, like, a super deadly, super contagious, like, version just in some, like, rural area like where I live. Yeah, it's hard to believe it's December. I feel like ever since July, really. Ever since July, I just felt like time has stood still. Plus, classes are so weird. Like, school in general is just so weird right now. Yeah, I was just, when those like those what were those like metal obelisks popped up in that park, I was just like, bring it on 2020. We need aliens to round out the end of the decade. I was actually kind of looking forward to it at that point. I was just like, come on, like we're asking for aliens at this point. But yeah, considering the mutations, I think if I'm going to have to guess on what the 2021 pandemic is going to be, I think we're just going to straight up go into, like, Walking Dead IRL. Yeah. I almost hope for it just so it'll break up the monotony. least life will be a little different. Bring on the zombies. Well, just like Zoom, like honestly, Zoom having like all Zoom classes, it has been, it's been like kind of good for me because it's been a lot easier for me to. It's just been more convenient for me because I like walk to camp, or I used to walk to campus and stuff, and it's really convenient not having to lug giant canvases to campus and things like. I don't know, the fact that I haven't had to be in a physical location and I just have to like basically check in and work at home has been really awesome, and I will miss it if we move out of it. But also it has been weird because if you ever do need like help or something like that, it's way more difficult to like finagle it. And then yeah, like, it is also just kind of, like, weird in general. The schedules have been pretty much the same. It was just weird. Like, my school also did something really weird that everyone, including my professors, thought was really, really dumb. And that was, my school did a partial on-campus meeting for the first half of the semester. But then after Thanksgiving break, we switched to online only, which is like the opposite of what you'd expect, because you'd expect to start online only, and then if like miraculously conditions for the virus got better, then you'd expect to then transition back to campus. So it's just wild to see so many different like institutions across all of America just handle things in such almost like bewilderingly bad ways when it comes to this. Oh, the alien monoliths? I think they were just like an art project because they like vanished too, like after a while. But yeah, it was just like like a metal pillar thing that appeared in a national park. It was probably just some person's like art installation. Just because that seems exactly what someone would do for an art installation. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I was thinking like either social experiment weird like corporate ad campaign or a like legitimately an artist installation piece or something like that. Um, who knows? Like, there's all sorts of stuff it could be. I haven't heard about it in a while though, because it's been like almost a month since I think those popped up. Maybe maybe someone figured out what it was and it turned out to just be really boring. Like it was just an ad campaign or something. Yeah, it's just it's a weird transition. Like I said, I really like it in a lot of aspects because it is more convenient for me to work from home, but it's something to get used to. Also, some colleges just handled it like way better. Like I said, my college did a weird thing where we like they did the opposite of what they should have for class like staggering, and then the one good thing they did is that they gave a partial refund on tuition since we didn't have access to things on campus that are normally built into the tuition, like the on-campus gym and stuff. But like not all schools did that. Like my younger brother goes to a different school, and his school didn't do anything. They were just like tough luck. You know, I don't know what day it is either, and I'm going to check the calendar. I Before I check the calendar, I'm gonna guess that it is Wednesday. Oh, I was right. Okay, I was right. I can't believe I was unsure though. Yeah, yeah. It is kind of weird that some schools didn't do it, though. Like because my school is kind of a cheaper state school comparatively. My my younger brother goes to a school like it's still a state school, but it's it's a nicer one in a city instead of in a kind of like nowhere like mine is. And like he pays way more in tuition, like I think 3 times as much as I do, and they didn't do anything for price adjustments or anything, and that just didn't seem fair because I like my tuition basically got halved for the not for the class cost, but like the base tuition amount. There's like a base tuition amount, and they halved that, which was cool and appreciated, but I kind of think the prices shouldn't be that high in the first place. Yeah, I mean, like, I think the biggest I think that also just ties into, like, we should have just closed. Like, it would have been bad for small businesses and local places no matter what. But at this pace, small businesses have had to deal with, like, 10 months of reduced business flow, whereas if we had just like locked down in the first place, instead we would have just had to deal with 21 days of reduced or no business flow. The problem with like the businesses that are survival of the fittest is it's less the businesses that are the most fit and more the businesses that will exploit their employees the most. Because like I quit my job back in, I think, oh, I don't even know what month was it? It was July. I quit my job back in July because they wouldn't allow us to have or like turn away people without masks and stuff. And I was just like, I'm not endangering myself for this. And also, like, the boss there didn't like me because I was trying to start a restaurant workers union, but I don't know, like, that place is doing fine, but it's doing fine because it had reduced the employee load down to, like, me, my buddy who was the manager there, and, like, 3 other people, so we were doing the job of, like, 3 people apiece. But, like, our business didn't even slow down, because, like, here, like, in this rural southern town that I'm in, just so many people just didn't care. Or just, you know, because it was turned into a political point, they were just like, I'll ignore it even if I don't care, because, I don't know, I want to own the libs. Oh, yeah, no, the college debt is one of the biggest problems, like, I assume you're all at least around my age or younger, but anyone that's been born, like, the 80s forward is pretty much, we need government action to solve the student debt crisis, because, yeah, it's bad. It's really bad. Like, I'm going to a very cheap school. Most of my tuition is covered by the Pell Grant, but even so, I think I have, like, I don't know, $10,000 in student debt. I'm very fortunate. Like, I'm very, very fortunate in this regard. And even I have, like, thousands of dollars. And I know people that go to, like, more ambitious schools and stuff like that, or aren't as ambitious, or aren't as lucky to be able to live as cheaply as I am, just because of the cost of living in my area, will probably have tens of thousands of dollars in student loan debt. think to an extent, though, like, oh, I know. I was originally thinking of going to a few different art schools. Like, I applied to SCAD and Watkins College of Art in Nashville in high school, and they offered me big scholarships and everything. But I looked into how much it would cost even with those scholarships, and it would have been more expensive than the school I'm going to, even with the scholarships they were giving me. Yeah. In the long run, it doesn't. I just think it's sad that that we have such a huge portion of our because like student loans are actually a big chunk of our economy, and I think that's a big reason why there hasn't been something done, is that we'd rather have our economy stimulated by the predatory practice of student loans than do anything about it, despite the fact that it's ruining so many people's lives. Honestly, I think that's also partially what the reason why we haven't done anything about healthcare in the U.S. Because on a worldwide aspect, America's just embarrassing when it comes to the fact that our healthcare is so antiquated and primitive. And I think we literally do that just because the health insurance industry in America is gigantic. Oh my god, that story actually made me mad. Like, when I heard about those people, like, they're already rich. Like, come on. Just pay the tuition. You're like, or I know a lot of them were faking things because their student or their kids weren't actually good enough to get into those schools. But come on, you're already rich. You already have such a leg up in life. Why do you need to take spots from people that could have actually earned them? Because every one of those people, it wasn't like it was normal people. They were they were the kids of multi-millionaires, or even in some cases billionaires. And it's like, you could have done anything and they would have been successful. You really didn't need to steal the spots from deserving students. So triggering, honestly. Ugh. Yeah, I know. I was actually surprised that anything was done. When I first heard about it, I was like, and they're all gonna walk away scot-free. But no, I think they all went to, or the parents all went to jail, right? Like, they're serving prison time. I still don't get why they did it in the first place, because it really is just if you're already that wealthy, it actually doesn't matter. You could have just put them into a private school. There are plenty of private universities that actually just only care about whether you can pay the tuition. Oh yeah. What like one of them was even like caught or like what was like a YouTube one of the kids was like a YouTuber or something and was in multiple videos talking about how they don't even care about school, but they were in like just like a prestigious university. And that's just that makes it even worse. Oh yeah, yeah, her. I think she I think people have mostly like forgiven her too because she like came out and like acknowledged that it was wrong. But I still feel like you had like she had to know. But I also like I don't think anyone should like have something like that. I don't think anyone should have like something bad hanging over their head forever. But it's hard to believe that she basically got forgiven like a year after it happened. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like I'm just not as quick to like believe that she was innocent in it, considering like there were like faked photos with her in them, and it's like you had to know that you were getting into this school because of something like not necessarily on the up and up. And if you didn't care about school, like why didn't you tell your parents like, hey, I don't really care, send me anywhere? Yeah, right? Like, I thought it was kind of half-assed, too, but to me it felt like most of the internet just, like, was like, oh, okay, well, at least she's sorry. And again, I don't want this, like, one thing to ruin her life forever, but to me it just doesn't feel like she really felt all that much remorse about what happened. Yeah, it just felt like it was less of an apology and more, I didn't have anything to do with it. It was out of my control. But, and like, if she was actually, like, if it was like a private high school that they had cheated her into or something, I could understand it. But, like, even if you're dependent on your parents to a level once you go into college, like, you're still an adult. Like, you can still just go, no. Yeah, yeah. That's how I saw it. It's just like, because you were. It's not like they're rich and they just were like, yeah, our kid is like average or whatever and wouldn't be able to get in academically, but we're rich, so we'll pay the outlandish tuition. But no, they like got those kids in on scholarships and stuff, and I think that's the part that was so just unbelievably like, how is that in any way okay? Because scholarships are actually limited, like, especially at prestigious places. Like, there's only so many. So it really just doesn't make sense to me why they didn't just pay for the tuition. Because, like, seriously, all of those families were rich. Yeah, it really is. It's yeah, it's wild, the distribution of wealth in America, and it only keeps getting worse. Just because we're not doing anything about it. Like, our minimum wage hasn't been increased since, I think, the 90s or something. And on average, inflation goes up 4% per year. So that's 30 years of inflation that the minimum wage hasn't been adjusted for. And then on top of that, the last time the minimum wage was adjusted, it wasn't adjusted for inflation even then. But that's like only even a small part of the problem. The bigger part of the problem is just that rich people don't pay taxes. Like, it's silly that I paid more in taxes than Amazon. Than just all of Amazon. I paid more in taxes than Amazon. I think I made like $14,000 last year, and I paid more taxes than Amazon. To me, what's so extra absurd about that is just like, a business like Amazon is literally worth 1% of America's, like, gross domestic product. That's insanity. Yeah, it's always just been weird to me how taxes work, because it's not even like it's just the super rich. Like, even people that are making just like a couple $100,000 that would be like upper middle class, even those people pay less taxes than most working class people. It's all just so wild. It's like no wonder we have like a crumbling infrastructure across America and stuff, considering. Uh, oh my goodness. And like, even if you want to be like anti-tax and stuff, like you want to be like kind of libertarian about it and be like there should be almost no taxes ever, I still think there's an argument to be made. These businesses use public services like roads more than the average citizen does. Like, again, to like use Amazon as an example, Amazon ships stuff all over the place. They objectively use like public roads and stuff more than the average American. Even if we're just going to talk about one of their employees, like one employee is likely to use the road more often than an average American. So they should pay more to upkeep those roads than the average American. It's just fair. You know, I don't know about that. I think theaters will still exist as kind of like a niche experience, but like I don't know. I already was more likely to wait for some, like, even if I had to wait a whole nether year. I've always been more likely to wait that whole nether year for something to pop up on Netflix than I am to go out to theaters. But I'm also kind of like I'm also kind of like antisocial, so that's just me. Yeah, like I think some galleries are, and I think galleries, or I mean not galleries. What am I saying? Theaters. I think theaters will still exist in that capacity, as more of an arts film thing. And I think that could be really cool if theaters started being more about, like, indie films and stuff like that. But I think the, like, blockbuster type movie that we get now, of, like, the just action films that you get every single year, I think those, like, those are less special than something like an indie film or an art house film anyway. So why would, like, to me it's more like, why bother seeing that in a theater experience, because to me it's no different seeing it at home. But like one type of movies I really like are IMAX movies, and the only IMAX movies I've ever watched are like basically nature documentaries. Like I watched one about whales, and I think I watched one that was like a reenactment of a dinosaur period, and I watched one about dolphins, and I love the IMAX experience for that. But that's not something you watch in a typical, like, none of those things were things you'd even find in a typical theater. So I think theaters will just evolve to be to appreciate, or to be appreciated by more people that are interested in the experience of having the special experience of the theater, rather than just like going to watch something that comes out every single year like a lot of people do now. Like, I'm still excited for a lot of things like that. I didn't know The Dark Knight came out on IMAX. I mean, The Dark Knight is a pretty freaking good movie, so I could see watching that in IMAX. But yeah, I think theaters will become more like high quality focused, so you won't get as many of the movies that you know come out every single year, but you'll get those more like masterpiece movies because they're worth seeing in a high quality setting like a theater. I know lots of people like a lot of the Marvel movies, but I just don't think the Marvel movies are worth going to a theater to see. Like, I think the last Marvel movie I saw in theaters was Black Panther. Or, no, it wasn't Black Panther. I can't even remember. I think the fascination with the Joker is, what is the fascination with? Because I don't actually like the Dark Knight Joker. I'm in a minority there, so I don't really get it. I never thought that I was always just like, it's just edgy Joker. I didn't think it was particularly like enlightening. But Joker in general, I think, is just fascinating because he is kind of the antithesis of order. And even though I like Batman, it's hard to ignore that Batman kind of represents, like, a fashy police brutality thing. Because he is a guy that kind of just goes around and beats the crap out of people. I mean, I love Batman, but that is what Batman does. The one in, like, I thought it was a cool take. Like, I love seeing reimaginings of characters, so I thought, like, the kind of young gangster-style Joker was an interesting take, but personally, I thought the way the actor did it was just kind of annoying. Yeah, I think they're all decent. Like, I don't hate them. I am in the state where I thought I don't hate the newest Joker like a lot of people really hate him. I think they're all just interesting takes. Like, I love seeing reimaginations of characters. Like, I'd like to see, like, gender-bent versions of characters and stuff. I don't know, I just love seeing a bunch of different versions of characters. It's fun. I don't necessarily think they're better or worse than the original. I think they're just different. I think some actors' portrayals, like I do think that newest Joker, I can't remember the actor's name, but I think he was just a little weird about it. Like, hearing how he sent, like, cast members used condoms and stuff, I was just like, it's kind of taking it a little far, my guy. Like, can't you just, like, be an actor and not be weird? But I didn't really have a problem with the depiction. I thought it was a cool idea to see, like, modern like, kind of hip-hop gangster Joker. But, like, no matter what Joker comes out, they're always going to be inferior to like, the animated series Joker to me, voiced by Mark Hamill. I think that is, in my mind, will forever be the definitive Joker. Just because I don't think you can create an atmosphere that's better than his boisterous insanity and wicked laugh. Also, like, the Joker is kind of infantile, and I don't think any of the movie renditions of the Joker have really captured how Joker's kind of, like, a sore loser and kind of childish. He throws, like, tantrums. Yeah, the Jared Leto Joker. I forgot his name, but, like, I thought the actor was kind of being, like, he shouldn't have done any of that, but I thought his depiction of the Joker was fine. I didn't think it was better than, better or really worse than previous depictions. I think it would have been interesting. I think they should have gone a little farther, honestly. Like, really played up the gangster aspect. Instead, a lot of the times he just kind of came off as a weirdo, instead of, like, anything else. Oh, like, Mark Hamill, like, from the animated Batman series, like, his Joker, the way he just had an insane laugh. Like, he has the most iconic Joker laugh, in my opinion. And that really helps, but also, the way he, I think just the depiction of him as a cruel, mean, person that's also kind of, like, imputish and... Oh, Heath Ledger Joker. I didn't even remember the Phoenix Joker. The Phoenix Joker is really good. I forgot about him. He's a really good Joker too. Oh yeah, like just every episode of the Batman series with Joker in it is great. Mark Hamill Joker is, to me, the definitive Joker. Like, he's the true Joker. But there are tons of other Jokers that I think are really good. I think the Phoenix Joker is probably the most realistic Joker that's been done. Like, it's the one that I feel like could exist in real life the most. Goodness, I almost wish there was more Jokers just so we'd have more, like, ideas of what a Joker could be. Because there's actually not that many Joker, like, renditions of Joker, all things considered. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Kimberly. Like, the Phoenix Joker was so grounded that it's probably one of my favorites just because it's the first one that feels like it could literally be a real person. I like the Heath Ledger Joker in the animated series the most, partially out of nostalgia, but also just because I I don't think a cartoon Joker needs to be grounded. I want him to be like ridiculous, and I think he's wonderfully ridiculous. Um, I don't like the Dark Knight Joker is fine. Like, I just don't think it was a masterpiece like a lot of other people do. Like, a lot of other people do think the Dark Knight Joker is like, or consider that their definitive Joker. And I just think it's okay. Like, it's an interesting interpretation. Honestly, the Dark Knight Joker over time has gotten a little more silly to me just because the internet's kind of memed it so much. It's almost like Sonic the Hedgehog, where I can't think about Dark Knight Joker without thinking about like we live in a society, like those type of memes now. Yeah, the mental illness of aspect of Joker was superb and something we needed in media. Like, we needed that in media because we don't have very many like media depictions of stuff like that. Period. Yeah, I think that is always kind of like the facet of a fairly fascinating, like almost like trope is the tortured artist. Yeah, um, one of my favorite characters, if anyone knows the game League of Legends, is a character called Jin, and he's literally just a psycho killer that calls all his murders art, and I just love his personality. He's got all these four memes. Yeah, yeah. I I do love the aspect of like put it of the like Phoenix Joker of showing how things like the like mental instability aren't necessarily like or aren't really the fault of the individual, and they're more of a failure of the systems and society that that individual like exists in, and that people like that are more just individuals that have fallen along the wayside of the system. Like they're victims of a system. Yeah, yeah. I mean, like, I think it's very easy to connect to people like that because we do live in kind of a dysporic society that leaves so many people along the wayside. Like, there's just a truly insane number of people in our like in our system of society that are like a great deal of the problems they have are of actual no fault of their own, but just that the system isn't good for them, or they have issues that there's no systems to address. Like America does have an astoundingly like sparse support for mental illnesses. And I actually don't think we've had any like I could be wrong on this, but I don't think we've had any like government mental health stuff since like the 60s or something. Yeah, for a lot of people, characters like that are just like they're almost an explanation for why things go badly. Yeah. I mean, edgy stuff can be funny, but like, I think a lot of those edgier things exist for a reason. They do speak to like a feeling of isolation. I think people have. Well, I've been having a lot of fun with this, but it's getting late and I should probably make dinner and stuff. So I think I'm going to wrap up the stream for tonight. I think I will hop on around this same time tomorrow, probably around 1. Um, like, gosh, what is my time zone?
I don't know, like, I live in the Appalachian Mountains, so whatever time, Eastern Mountain time zone or something, I think, but yeah. I love talking to those of you who have been watching me. Thank you so much for the recommendation on the settings, Angel. That helped so much. I've never had so much fun on an attempt trying to learn digital painting. And you've all been really fun to talk to. We'll probably put a base coat, at least, of some oil paints down and a sketch tomorrow, too, on that canvas. All of you have a great night, and if I for some reason miss you all tomorrow, have a great day then. Bye.